Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Midnight dew glistened like scattered diamonds across the ancient moss as Thalandir knelt at the edge of the sacred clearing. The elven archer's slender fingers traced the peculiar markings burned into the bark of the oldest oak in Silvermist Forest, a tree that had stood witness to 10,000 years of elven history. The runes pulsed with a faint crimson glow at his touch, their pattern unlike any elvish script he had encountered in his 6 centuries of life. "The forest remembers what our people choose to forget," he whispered to himself, the musical cadence of his voice carrying softly through the midnight air. Once the most celebrated guardian of the Silver Mist realm, Thalandir now wore the simple garb of an exile. His silver-white hair, once adorned with the emerald circlet of his station, hung loose around shoulders that still carried themselves with the dignity of his noble lineage. 3 seasons had passed since the High Elven Court had pronounced him guilty of a crime he did not commit: the poisoning of the sacred moonwell that had left the realm's eldest tree singer withered like autumn leaves in the depths of summer. Evidence had been presented, witnesses had testified, and judgment had been passed with the cold precision that characterized elven justice. Only one voice had spoken in his defense, that of his oldest friend and mentor, Lord Erendriel, whose impassioned plea for mercy had transformed the execution sentence to eternal exile. Small comfort, that mercy, as Thalandir roamed the deepening shadows of the outer forest, forbidden to seek shelter among his kin, surviving on his woodcraft while searching for the truth behind his fall from grace. The discovery of the ancient runes had been accidental, a desperate shelter sought during a storm that had driven him to the hollow of this elder oak. Now the markings seemed to whisper directly into his mind, painting visions of sealed chambers deep beneath the Ironforge Mountains, where the dwarven clans delved their mighty halls and forged their legendary weapons. Chambers that housed something ancient, something hungry, something awakening. The vision shifted, showing cloaked figures performing rituals at scattered sites across both elven and dwarven realms, each ceremony weakening ancient bindings that had held for millennia. With a gasp, Thalandir pulled his hand away from the bark. The runes faded, but the knowledge they had imparted remained seared into his consciousness. A name echoed in his thoughts, spoken in a language older than both elves and dwarves: Morkith. The devourer of light, the great forge of Ironforge Mountain roared with volcanic fury, casting the massive central chamber in a molten orange glow that gleamed off intricate metalwork and the richly bearded faces of the dwarven craftsmen. Lord Durnok Ironbeard stood with his feet planted firmly on the stone platform, his massive arms crossed over a chest as broad and unyielding as the anvil before him. "Odrise, explain yourselves," he rumbled, the deep bass of his voice cutting through even the clamor of hammerfalls and bellows. "How does a tunnel that has yielded mithril for 3 generations suddenly collapse?" The mining crew shifted uneasily, their helmet lamps casting bobbing shadows as they exchanged nervous glances. Finally, the foreman stepped forward, removing his iron helmet to reveal a singed beard and a face streaked with more than ordinary mine dust. "It weren't no natural collapse, my lord," he stated, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. The very rock, it changed. Started flowing like water, it did. And there was whispers. He paused, visibly gathering courage. Whispers in no tongue of dwarf or man. And eyes in the darkness, glowing like hateful embers. Murmurs rippled through the gathered craftsmen. Tales of strange occurrences had been multiplying across the 7 great halls of Ironforge. Tools gone missing, inexplicable fractures in newly forged weapons, nightmares plaguing the sleep of even the most stoic warriors. "There's more," the foreman added reluctantly. "We found this." From within his singed jerkin, he withdrew an object wrapped in leather. As the covering fell away, several dwarves stepped back instinctively. Upon his calloused palm lay a shard of obsidian, its surface carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. At its center pulsed a crimson glow that matched the rhythm of a heartbeat. Durnok's thick fingers closed around the shard without hesitation. The craftsman's trained eye recognized the stone as no ordinary obsidian. Its composition and resonance spoke of origins far deeper than any dwarven mine had ever reached. "Seal the western tunnels," he commanded, his voice leaving no room for question. "Double the guard at all entrances. No one enters or leaves the mountain until we understand what we're facing." As the gathering dispersed to execute his orders, Durnok gazed thoughtfully at the pulsing shard. The symbols it bore tugged at ancient memories, stories told in the deepest holds during the longest nights, tales of a time before dwarves had claimed the mountains as their own, legends of a primordial evil, bound by the combined might of forgotten alliances. The shard grew warm against his palm, uncomfortably so. With a decisive gesture, he thrust it into an iron box, securing the lock with a key he wore around his neck. "Master Grimir," he called to his chief lawkeeper, "bring me the chronicle of the first delving. There's old knowledge we must recover, and quickly." The borders between elven and dwarven lands had been marked by blood and suspicion for more centuries than either race cared to remember. Ancient treaties established neutral zones, places where, by mutual agreement, neither race would establish settlements or harvesting operations. It was in one such place, a rocky highland meadow beneath the first shadows cast by the Ironforge peaks, that Thalandir awaited the dawn. The information gleaned from the runes left him with little choice but to attempt the unthinkable, to seek audience with the dwarven lords and warn them of the awakening threat. The irony was not lost on him. The very dwarf lord, whose testimony had sealed his exile, Durnok Ironbeard, who had accused Thalandir's arrows of slaying his youngest brother during a border dispute, was the one who must now hear his warning. Movement at the edge of the meadow drew his attention, not the expected dwarven patrol, but a lone figure that moved with the fluid grace of elven kind. Recognition dawned as the figure drew closer. "Urendriel," Thalandir breathed, a mixture of surprise and relief washing over him. His former mentor approached, resplendent in the emerald robes of the High Court. Age had left little mark on his features, save for the deepening of wisdom lines around eyes that had witnessed 4 millennia of elven history. "My friend," Urendriel greeted him, genuine warmth in his ageless voice. "I felt your call through the ancient paths. You risk much by approaching the mountain lands." "The risk is necessary," Thalandir replied, already reaching for the bark fragment upon which he had carefully copied the mysterious runes. "I've discovered something that concerns both our peoples. The ancient enemy stirs beneath the mountains. Morkaith awakens from his millennial slumber." Instead of the expected concern, a curious smile played at the corners of Urendriel's lips. His gaze traveled to the bark fragment in Thalandir's hands, and a subtle change came over his features, something cold and calculating that had never been part of the mentor Thalandir had known. "After all these years," Erendriel said softly, "you finally found the markers. I should have known your persistent nature would eventually lead you to them, even in exile." The subtle shift in the air was Thalandir's only warning. Centuries of warrior instinct sent him rolling sideways as a bolt of midnight blue energy seared the ground where he had stood. Rising to a crouch, arrow already nocked to bowstring, he faced the mentor who had suddenly become an adversary. "The awakening is no accident," Erendriel continued conversationally, power crackling around his fingertips. "The bindings weaken because I have spent centuries weakening them, piece by piece. The poison in the moonwell, my creation, your exile, my design, all steps toward the glorious return of the true power beneath the mountains. You serve Morkaeth?" Thalandir's voice cracked with disbelief. "The destroyer of worlds?" "I serve the future," Erendriel corrected him, raising his hands as the air between them darkened. "A future where elves reclaim their rightful dominance, with Morkaeth's power under my control." The meadow exploded into chaos as elven magic clashed with elven skill. Thalandir's arrows, enhanced by the subtle battle charms that had made him legendary among his kind, met barriers of shimmering force conjured by Erendriel's ancient mastery. Neither noticed the approaching rumble until the ground itself split between them. From the fissure emerged a squad of heavily armed dwarven warriors, led by a broad-shouldered figure whose red-gold beard was braided with bands of mithril and iron. "Cease your magics on dwarven borders!" roared Dernach Ironbeard, his legendary warhammer Soul Crusher gripped in hands that had ended countless foes. "By ancient treaty, your kind are forbidden from bringing arcane conflicts to the neutral grounds." The unexpected interruption gave Erendriel pause, just long enough for Thalandir to loose a final arrow that pierced the Elder Elf's magical shield and embedded itself in his shoulder. With a snarl of pain and fury, Erendriel vanished in a swirl of emerald smoke, his parting words hanging in the air. "Too late, exile. The seals are already breaking." As the smoke dispersed, Thalandir found himself facing a half-dozen dwarven axes and the cold glare of the very dwarf lord who had testified to his alleged crimes. "Lord Ironbeard," he began, slowly lowering his bow, "I come bearing warning of a threat to both our realms." "Save your silver tongue, elf," Dernach growled. "I know your face well enough." "Thalandir the Exile, convicted of murder and treachery." His grip tightened on Soulcrusher's handle. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't separate your head from your shoulders where you stand." Thalandir held the dwarf's gaze steadily. "Because the creature awakening beneath your mountain once consumed half the stars in the night sky, and neither of our peoples alone has the strength to stop it." For a long moment, silence hung heavy between them. Then, with deliberate slowness, Dernach lowered his hammer. "Speak quickly, elf. What do you know of the shadows in our deep mines?" As the unlikely pair conferred in the neutral meadow, exile elf and distrustful dwarf, the ground beneath them trembled almost imperceptibly. Deep below, in chambers forgotten by the memory of both races, ancient bindings frayed further, and eyes older than the mountains themselves opened to the darkness for the first time in millennia. The shadow of Elderthorn was rising, and only the most improbable of alliances stood between it and the annihilation of two proud, divided kingdoms. Story 2. The crystal hall of Iron Deep shimmered with the light of 1,000 soul lamps, their blue-white glow reflecting off faceted walls hewn from the heart of the mountain itself. Dwarf nobles from all 7 clans had gathered, their beards meticulously braided with precious metals and gems that clinked softly as they murmured amongst themselves. Today, After 100 years of rule, King Thorgar Ironstone would pass the ancient crown of Mountain's heart to his only child, Princess Valdis. Stoneheart stood motionless as the royal artificers fastened the ceremonial armor across her sturdy shoulders. Unlike the ornate, decorative plate worn by court nobles, hers was battle-tested dwarven steel etched with runes of protection and strength that had guarded her family line for 17 generations. Her auburn beard, short but impeccably groomed, was adorned with iron beads forged from the first weapons of her ancestors. The crown feels heavier than it looks, her father had confided the previous night, his voice rough as gravel. But you have shoulders strong enough to bear it. Valdis squared those shoulders now, ignoring the whispers that had followed her since childhood. Too tall for a proper dwarf princess, too slender. Too interested in the world above rather than the treasures below. Too prone to asking questions about the ancient wars, about the long-sundered alliance with the Elves, about the prophecy of the divided crystal that the elder lawmasters refused to discuss. The call of ascension rang out from massive bronze bells, their deep resonance vibrating through the very rock beneath her feet. It was time. King Thorgar awaited her on the crystal throne, his aged face impassive beneath a beard, gone snow-white with the passing of centuries. The court fell silent as Valdis approached. 7 steps, 7 clans to be united under her rule. 7 sacred metals in the crown that would soon rest upon her brow. The High Lawmaster, Durner Stonescript, began the ancient invocation, his voice echoing through the cavernous hall as he recited the lineage of Irondeep's rulers back to the first delving. Valdis knelt before her father as tradition demanded. The crown rose from Thorgar's brow, lifted by his gnarled hands with reverence. The legendary crown of Mountain's heart, a masterwork of dwarven craft, forged from metals mined during the Dawn Age and set with gems said to contain the essence of the mountain itself. With this crown, the king intoned, I pass to you the sacred duty of our line. May you guard our people as the mountain guards its treasures. The moment the crown touched Valdis's brow, blinding pain erupted behind her eyes. The hall vanished in a surge of azure light that poured from her hands, her eyes, her very skin. Wind, impossible in the sealed chamber, whipped through the hall, extinguishing half the soul lamps and sending ancient banners into frenzied motion. Through the haze of agony, Valdis heard the horrified gasps of the court, saw the shock on her father's face transform into something worse, fear. Elf magic! Someone shouted. Treachery! Seize her, called another voice. The princess is corrupted. But none dared approach the swirling maelstrom of power that surrounded the kneeling princess. The light coalesced into glowing sigils that hovered in the air, not the angular runes of dwarven craft magic, but the flowing, intricate patterns of high elven spellwork. When the tempest finally subsided, Valdis found herself alone in the center of the hall, the court having retreated to the walls. Her father stood before the throne, his expression unreadable. What have you done? He whispered. Before she could answer, the massive doors to the crystal hall burst open. The mountain guard poured in, led by Lord Commander Barrick Oathkeeper, his warhammer already drawn. My king, he announced, his voice deadly calm. The Archmage Zephyrian has arrived from the Conclave of 7 Peaks. He demands immediate audience regarding a disturbance in the magical weave. A tall figure glided into the hall behind the guards. Though he appeared as a venerable human with a silver-streaked beard and rich purple robes, something in his too fluid movement and ageless eyes hinted at power far beyond mortal years. How convenient that I should arrive at this precise moment, the Archmage purred, his gaze fixing on Valdis with predatory intensity. to witness the fulfillment of prophecy and to end it before it begins. The Whispering Woods marked the boundary between the Dwarven foothills and the Elven highlands, a place neither people claimed or entered willingly. Ancient trees with silver-white bark grew in unnatural patterns, their branches intertwining to form archways and spirals. Legend held that the forest itself would disorient trespassers, leading them in circles until they emerged exactly where they had entered, if they emerged at all. It was here, 3 days after her disastrous coronation, that Valdis sought refuge. The blue-white magic still sparked occasionally from her fingertips beyond her control or understanding. She had fled Iron Deep with nothing but her ceremonial armor, a war hammer passed down from her grandmother, and the crown she had worn for mere seconds before her life shattered. Exhaustion finally overcame caution. Slumping against the twisted trunk of an ancient tree, Valdis surrendered to sleep, dreaming of azure fire and shattered crystals. She awoke to the cold kiss of steel against her throat. "A dwarf princess, alone in the Whispering Woods," said a lilting voice above her. "Either very brave or very foolish." Valdis opened her eyes to find herself looking up at the most beautiful and terrible face she had ever seen. An elf warrior stood over her, his silver-bladed spear held with casual precision against her jugular. Hair like spun moonlight fell past shoulders, clad in leather armor the color of forest shadows. His eyes, amber as harvest moons, studied her with ancient sadness rather than the hatred she had expected. "I am neither brave nor foolish," Valdis replied, her dwarven accent thick against the musical elven tongue she had insisted on learning despite her tutor's objections, merely desperate. The spear did not waver. "What brings Iron Deep's heir to the Forbidden Woods?" "You know who I am." A smile ghosted across his ageless features. "The runaway princess who manifested elven magic during her coronation. Your story outpaced your flight, Stoneheart. Even these trees whisper of it." He withdrew the spear with a fluid motion, securing it across his back. "I am Thalorian, once crown prince of Silver Reach. Like you, I have abandoned my heritage, though by choice rather than necessity." "Why would an elven prince abandon his birthright?" Valdis asked, cautiously rising to her feet. Thalorian's smile turned bitter. "Because I refuse to perpetuate a hatred older than my father's father. Because I questioned the wisdom of maintaining a 500-year division based on wounds neither side remembers inflicting." He gestured to the strange forest around them. "This place was once our shared holy ground, before the Sundering. I have made it my exile." Before Valdis could respond, a tremor passed through the woods. The silver trees shuddered, their leaves whispering with sudden urgency. Thalorian's hand returned to his spear, his body tensing. "We have unwelcome visitors," he murmured. "The Archmage's constructs have picked up your trail." As if summoned by his words, crystalline figures emerged from between the trees, humanoid forms of faceted purple crystal moving with unnatural precision. Where they touched the forest floor, vegetation withered instantly. "Run!" Thalorian commanded, his spear already blurring as it intercepted the first construct. The deeper into the woods, Valdis had not survived combat training with the Mountain Guard by questioning battlefield commands. She ran, the ancient trees seeming to bend aside to clear her path. Behind her came the musical clash of Thalorian's spear against crystal bodies, followed by the elf himself in a seamless retreat. They reached a clearing where a peculiar structure stood, half living tree, half stone dwelling, its architecture blending elven and dwarven styles in a way Valdis had never imagined possible. Thalorian pressed his palm against an intricate pattern on the door, which swung inward silently. "The constructs cannot enter," he explained as they slipped inside. "This dwelling remembers the old magic, from before the division. The interior defied the small exterior, extending both upward into the tree's hollow trunk and downward into a stone-lined burrow. Scrolls and artifacts from both cultures lined the walls, illuminated by softly glowing crystals that looked suspiciously like dwarf-mined soul lamps adapted to elven magical principles. "You've studied both our peoples," Valdis observed, running a finger along the spine of a tome written in ancient dwarven runes. "One cannot truly understand division without understanding what was whole," Thalorian replied, moving to a circular table at the center of the room. Upon it lay a fractured crystal, its two halves separated but still faintly pulsing with inner light, one half blue as deepest ice, the other green as summer leaves. "The divided crystal," Valdis breathed, recognizing it from forbidden texts she had secretly studied. "The heart of the prophecy. The very same. For 5 centuries, it has awaited the ones who would reunite what was broken." Thalorian's amber eyes met hers. The Archmage Zephyrian seized power by interpreting the prophecy to mean a union of bloodlines, a half-elf, half-dwarf child who would threaten the purity of both races. "He has kept our peoples divided through manipulation and fear, preventing any such union." "But that's not what the prophecy truly means, is it?" Valdis asked, understanding dawning like the first light of sunrise after a moonless night. "No. The prophecy speaks not of mixed blood, but of pure hearts from each lineage working in harmony." Thalorian gestured to the crystal halves. "One dwarf, one elf, each maintaining their unique nature while combining their strengths." Valdis reached toward the blue crystal half, then hesitated. "My magic, it's elven in nature, yet I am pure dwarf by blood. How is this possible? The old magic recognizes no artificial boundaries. The division between dwarven craft magic and elven nature magic was never meant to be permanent." Thalorian placed his hand over the green crystal half. "Just as I, a pure-blooded elf, have discovered an affinity for stone that my people would consider heresy." As if in response to his words, the floor beneath them trembled. Outside, a cacophony of crystalline screeches announced the construct's continued presence. "They cannot enter, but they can certainly bring down the forest around us," Thalorian said grimly. "Zephyrian will not stop until both of us are eliminated." "The prophecy has activated, first with your coronation, then with our meeting. Events set in motion centuries ago now race toward completion." Valdis squared her shoulders, decision crystallizing within her heart. "Then we face him together, pure dwarf and pure elf, as the true prophecy foretold." She placed her hand on the blue crystal half, feeling it pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. "Ugay, but first, you must teach me to control this magic that flows through my veins." "And you," Thalorian replied, with the first genuine smile she had seen grace his features, "must teach me the craft runes of your people, that I might forge weapons capable of standing against Zephyrian's corruption." Outside, the crystal constructs continued their assault on the ancient trees. Within the sanctuary, Dwarf Princess and Elven Prince bent their heads together over the divided crystal, its halves inching closer as if drawn by an unseen force. The first tenuous threads of an alliance, 5 centuries in the making, began to weave themselves around 2 souls who had each abandoned a crown to find a greater purpose. And deep beneath the mountains, in chambers older than either of their kingdoms, something ancient stirred in its long slumber, the true threat that only their unified power could hope to face. Story 3. The last golden leaf spiraled down from the great oak of Silvermere, tracing an elegant path through the morning mist before landing upon Erendir's outstretched palm. The ancient guardian closed his fingers gently around it, feeling the once vibrant life force now reduced to a whisper. All around him, the sacred grove, which had flourished for 10,000 years under the watchful eyes of the elven guardians, was fading. The mighty trees that had once communed with the stars now stood silent, their bark darkening to ash, their leaves withering despite the songs of healing chanted day and night by the elders. It is not natural decay," Erandir murmured, his voice melodic even in grief, tall and lithe as a young willow, with eyes that held the deep amber light of autumn. He had sworn his immortal life to protecting these woods. Now he had failed, and worse, he was blamed. Seize the poisoner. The command shattered the sacred silence as the captain of the Silver Guard burst into the grove, a dozen warriors with arrows nocked following in his wake. "Aranda Starweaver, you are charged with high treason against the eternal realm." "This is madness, Thalion," Aranda replied, rising to his full height, the ancient staff of gnarled silverwood steady in his grip. "Why would I harm what I have sworn to protect?" The captain's face was a mask of cold fury. "The evidence speaks clearly. Your private garden grows vibrant while the sacred trees wither. Traces of your unique magic signature were found in the roots of the great oak." His voice dropped to a venomous whisper. "And all know your resentment when the council passed you over as High Guardian." Betrayal cut deeper than any physical wound. These were his brothers and sisters in sacred duty, yet they looked at him now with hatred in their immortal eyes. In their minds, his guilt was certain, an internal threat far easier to accept than the terrifying alternative, that something unknown was powerful enough to defeat their ancient magics. Erandir had one heartbeat to decide: stay and face a trial whose outcome was predetermined, or flee and seek the true cause of the blight. The wooden staff blurred as it swept an arc before him, releasing a blinding flash of emerald light that sent the Silver Guard reeling backward. By the time their vision cleared, the accused guardian had vanished into the depths of the dying forest. 3 days of relentless pursuit drove Erandir far beyond the boundaries of elven lands, across the treacherous Whispering Plains, and toward the forbidden Iron Mountains. No elf had ventured into the domain of the Khazad Grim Dwarves in 5 centuries, not since the bloody sundering when ancient alliances had shattered like glass. Exhaustion and hunger clouded his senses as he stumbled upon the hidden path, a narrow ravine cutting between sheer cliff faces, marked with runes of warding that tingled against his skin. Snow began to fall, speckling his forest-green cloak with white as the temperature plummeted. Behind him, the baying of hounds, specially bred by the Silver Guard to track even magical concealment, grew closer. The cave mouth appeared suddenly before him, exhaling warm air that smelled of coal and hot metal. Without hesitation, Erandir plunged into the darkness. The tunnel twisted downward, illuminated by strange blue crystals embedded in the walls. He had expected absolute darkness in the domain of dwarves, but instead found himself in a passageway that pulsed with its own peculiar life. The air grew warmer, the passage wider, until suddenly it opened into a cavern so vast that Erandir's forest-trained eyes could scarcely comprehend its scale. Moria, the legendary underground city of the Khazad Grim clan, spread before him like a dream made solid. Massive columns, carved from living stone, supported a ceiling that vanished in darkness hundreds of feet above. Buildings were not constructed, but sculpted from the mountain itself, their surfaces gleaming with inlaid metals and gemstones that caught the light from thousands of lamps. At the city's heart rose a structure that could only be the Great Forge, a mountain within a mountain, with rivers of molten metal flowing from its base into intricate channels that served as both decoration and function. So entranced was he by the sight that Erandir failed to notice the dwarven patrol until rough hands seized him from behind. an elf spy. In our sacred halls, the words were spat in the harsh consonants of Khaz'dul, though Arondir understood them through the ancient magic that still lingered in his blood. I seek sanctuary, he replied, careful to keep his hands visible and away from his staff, and answers to a blight that affects both our realms, though you may not yet know it. The patrol leader, a stout female dwarf with an elaborate beard adorned with iron beads, narrowed her eyes. You'll speak your piece before the Forge Mistress, she decided after a tense moment. But know this, Tree Dweller. One false word, one suspicious movement, and you'll find out how quickly dwarven axes can fell even the oldest of trees. The halls of judgment were not what Arondir expected. Rather than a cold throne room, he was brought to a vast chamber directly adjoining the great forge itself. Heat shimmered in waves, sweat instantly beading on his brow as he was marched forward. Dwarven craftsmen worked at dozens of anvils, the rhythmic clanging of hammers creating a strange, almost musical counterpoint to the roar of the central furnace. At the largest anvil stood a figure whose presence commanded the chamber despite her small stature. Brynja Ironhand, Forge Mistress of Khazad Grim, struck a glowing blade with such force that sparks showered outward like a cascade of fallen stars. Without looking up, she barked a question. What brings an elf to seek death in our domain? Arondir drew himself up, summoning the dignity of his ancient lineage. I come seeking the cause of a malady that withers the great forest. I believe the same corruption may already touch your realm, though perhaps in ways you have not yet recognized. The hammer paused mid-strike. Brynja turned, revealing a face both beautiful and terrible by elven standards, weathered as ancient stone, with eyes of molten gold and a beard braided with mithril threads that framed strong features like a lion's mane. You speak of the weakening, she said, her voice dropping to a rumble barely audible over the forge fires. Our greatest weapons, blades and armor forged with techniques perfected over 1,000 years, now fracture like clay. Strong metals turn brittle, enchantments fade within days. She approached, studying him with eyes that missed nothing. Nearly a foot shorter than the elf, she nonetheless made him feel small beneath her scrutiny. You are not what I expected, Forest Guardian, she said finally. Tell me why I should not execute you where you stand, as my counselors demand. Because I know what causes both our troubles, Arondir replied, gambling everything on the truth. The Shadowfire Lord stirs in his prison beneath the Ashen Mountains. Muldrak awakens, just as the ancient texts foretold. A murmur ran through the chamber. Brynja's expression remained unreadable, but her next words sent ice through Arondir's veins. Take him to the deep cells. If his words prove false, his immortal life will feel very short indeed. The deep cells were ancient beyond even dwarven reckoning, natural caverns modified with doors of a strange black metal that seemed to drink light. Inside one such chamber, Arondir sat in meditation, conserving his strength and communing with what little natural energy reached these depths. The door scraped open. Brynja entered alone, carrying not weapons but an object wrapped in faded crimson cloth. 3 of my best warriors died today, she said without preamble. Their armor that should have withstood dragonfire, shattered like glass when struck by common steel. The metal. It screamed, "Elf! Metal does not scream." Arondir rose slowly. Just as ancient trees should not turn to stone from the inside out, the corruption spreads from below, from the prison our ancestors built together before the sundering. You speak of legends, Brynja scoffed, though doubt flickered in her golden eyes. As do you with every breath, he countered. What are your forge songs but legends of creation? What are my forest hymns but legends of growth? The Shadow Fire Lord was no myth, forge mistress. Our peoples imprisoned him together when the world was young, using both elven binding spells and dwarven craft. Brynja unwrapped the cloth, revealing a hammer of extraordinary craftsmanship. Its head gleamed with a silvery blue light, runes of ancient power etched into its surface. The handle was carved from a wood no living dwarf had ever seen. "On the hammer of Ethereal," she whispered, "passed down through my line since the dawn days, said to be forged from a falling star and the heart of the first tree. It was made to renew the bonds of Muldrak's prison," Erandir breathed, scarcely believing his eyes. "But it requires both peoples to wield it, dwarven strength guided by elven blessing." Their eyes met over the legendary weapon, ancient enemies bound by a threat greater than their centuries of division. "If you speak falsely," Brynja began. "Test me," Erandir interrupted. "Take me to your deepest minds, where the corruption must already be visible to dwarven eyes that know stone as intimately as I know living wood." The expedition descended through mine shafts abandoned generations ago, past the deepest veins of Mithril, beyond even the ancient diamonds that dwarf lore claimed were the solidified tears of the mountain itself. Brynja led a hand-picked team of her most trusted warriors, with Erandir, still officially a prisoner, bringing up the rear. In the oppressive darkness, the elf felt the weight of uncounted tons of stone above him, so different from the open sky of his forest home. Yet here, in this alien environment, he sensed a strange kinship with these short, sturdy folk who moved through stone tunnels with the same confidence his people navigated tangled forest paths. The first sign came as a whisper of wrongness against Erandir's magical senses. Then Brynja held up her hand, stopping the company. "The Weeping Stone," she muttered, pointing ahead. The tunnel widened into a natural cavern where a phenomenon unnatural to both their kinds manifested. The stone walls literally wept, not with water, but with a viscous black fluid that pulsed with malevolent purpose. Where it touched the ground, the rock itself seemed to change, becoming porous and sickly. "The stone plague," one of the dwarves whispered in horror. "The same corruption that turns living wood to stone now turns solid stone to rot," Erandir said quietly. "The prison weakens from both sides." A sudden tremor shook the cavern. The black fluid began to flow more rapidly, forming a pool at the center of the chamber. From its depths rose a figure, not solid but composed of shadow and flame, a distorted echo of both elf and dwarf twisted into something monstrous. "Children of forest and mountain," it hissed in a voice like coal crackling. "How kind of you to visit my cradle." "Muldrak," Brynja spat, reaching for the hammer of Ethereal hanging at her belt. "Not yet," the apparition laughed, the sound sending cracks racing through the cavern ceiling. "Merely his herald. My master stirs, and soon your divided kingdoms will fall before his might." The dwarven warriors attacked without hesitation, their axes passing harmlessly through the shadowy form. It retaliated with whips of black flame that left smoking furrows in stone and flesh alike. "The hammer!" Erandir called out above the chaos. "It must be empowered by both our kinds." Brynja fought her way to his side, blood streaming from a gash across her forehead. She thrust the ancient weapon toward him. "Your blessing, elf!" Erandir placed his hands on the hammer's handle below hers, channeling the last reserves of his forest magic into the ancient wood. The runes along the hammer's head blazed to life, not with the expected silver-blue light, but with a brilliant green-gold radiance that illuminated the entire cavern. Together, dwarf and elf swung the legendary weapon. When it struck the shadow creature, reality itself seemed to bend around the point of impact. The entity shrieked, its form imploding into a single point of darkness that winked out of existence. Silence fell in the cavern. The black corruption receded, leaving only ordinary stone behind. A battle won, Brynja said grimly, but the war has just begun. Erendir nodded, still dizzy from channeling such power. It will take both our peoples to renew the ancient prison. Then let us hope, the Forge Mistress replied, her golden eyes reflecting the still glowing hammer, that our peoples remember how to stand together before it is too late. As they made their way back toward the upper world, elf and dwarf walked side by side, a sight not seen in 5 centuries, and the first fragile thread in a new tapestry of alliance that might yet save both their realms. Story 4. The last torch sputtered and died, plunging the ancient chamber into darkness. Brynhild Hammerfirm stood motionless, her calloused fingers caressing the smooth surface of the artifact she had unearthed. Even in the absolute darkness of Khazad-dûr's forgotten depths, the orb pulsed with an inner light, azure and violet swirls dancing beneath its crystal surface like trapped northern lights. No ordinary treasure, this. In all her years of exploration, the dwarf had never felt such power thrumming against her palm, as if the very heartbeat of the mountain had been captured within glass. "By Moradin's forge," she whispered, her voice echoing through the cavernous hall where no dwarf had set foot in 1,000 years. Ancient runes, carved by her ancestors, crawled across the walls like frozen lightning. She could read only fragments. Reality. Beware. The first tremor was subtle, barely perceptible even to her stone-sensitive feet. The second sent dust cascading from the vaulted ceiling. By the third, Brynhild was already running, the crystalline orb clutched against her iron breastplate, her boots striking sparks from the stone floor. Behind her, shadow seemed to pour like liquid night from the cracks in the ancient seal she had broken. Against all tradition and instinct, she fled upward. The forests of Silverhaven shimmered under the morning light, dew transforming every leaf into a prism. Elves moved among the soaring trees with silent grace, their homes blending seamlessly with the living branches hundreds of feet above the forest floor. None noticed the stout figure that staggered from the hidden cave mouth at the edge of their realm. None save one. Prince Thalion had risen before dawn, as was his custom, to read from the ancient scrolls his fellow elves considered obsolete curiosities. While the court busied itself with eternal festivals and politics as slow-moving as the ancient trees, Thalion hungered for knowledge of the outer world. His chambers in the highest spire of the Silver Palace overflowed with maps of dwarven kingdoms, human histories, and sketches of magical beasts long forgotten by his kind. Through his enchanted looking glass, he spotted the impossible, a daughter of the stone, bleeding and exhausted, clutching something that made his ancient heart skip a beat. "The prophecy awakens," he whispered to himself, reaching for his silver bow. "But you should have left it buried," Thalion said quietly, his slender fingers hovering above the orb without touching it. "The Eye of Azeroth was sealed away by both our peoples when the world was young." Brynhild sat uncomfortably on a chair far too delicate for her sturdy frame, her armor removed and her wounds dressed with elven healing salves that smelled of spring rain. The prince's chamber was disorienting, open to the sky in places, with walls that seemed to shift between solid wood and gossamer membranes that rippled in the breeze. "I found no warnings in our archives," she countered, the stubborn set of her jaw making her braided beard bristle. "Only vague references to a treasure in the forgotten hall." "Because your people struck those warnings from your histories," Thalion replied without malice. "Just as mine remove mentions of our alliance with dwarves, the shame of failure can span millennia." Shadows passed across the open ceiling, elven guards on silver-feathered eagles, patrolling with increased vigilance. Rumors of the dwarf's arrival had already spread through the Canopy City. Those shadows in the deep, Brynhild said, her voice uncharacteristically subdued. And so they spoke. Thalion's ancient eyes, blue as a high mountain lake, locked with hers. What did they say? They called a name, Maliketh. The prince's face drained of its golden hue. In a fluid motion belying his thousands of years, he swept to a hidden alcove and retrieved an ancient tome bound in silver bark. The Raven Lord, he translated from the flowing script. Exiled twin brother to Queen Celendriel, my mother. It was believed he perished in the wastes a millennium ago. Before Brynhild could respond, the chamber's entrance burst open. An elven warrior stood panting, his perfect composure shattered. My prince, the eye has been stolen. The dwarf's companion. I came alone, Brynhild growled, leaping to her feet. The silence that followed chilled both dwarf and elf to their core. The shattered plains stretched before them like the abandoned battlefield of gods, a wasteland of broken stone and twisted metal where nothing grew and the sky hung perpetually heavy with violet-tinged clouds. Once called the Fertile Valley, it had been the jewel of both elven and dwarven kingdoms before the cataclysm tore reality asunder. Brynhild matched Thalion's pace with determined strides, the disparity in their height overcome by the dwarf's legendary endurance. 5 days had passed since they left Silverhaven, following the arcane trail of the eye's power that only Thalion could perceive. What had begun as reluctant cooperation had tempered, through shared dangers and campfire conversations, into something approaching respect. Your knowledge of the old ways saved us from the Wraith Marsh, Brynhild acknowledged, as they navigated a precarious path between crystalline spires that hummed with discordant energy. I would have charged through and been consumed. And without your stone sense, we would never have found the safe passage beneath the obsidian gates, Thalion returned, ducking under a floating shard of what appeared to be frozen lightning. And it seems our people's talents complement each other, despite 1,000 years of pretending otherwise. A distant shriek, not beast, not bird, but something torn between dimensions, sent them both diving for cover behind a fractured monolith. The shattered plains were home to creatures born of broken realities, things that defied classification or reason. Pressed back to back in their hiding place, the unlikely companions fell silent as a procession of hooded figures passed through the valley below, each carrying a staff topped with a shard of black crystal. At their center floated a covered palanquin, around which the very air seemed to bend and distort. The cult of the fractured crown, Thalion whispered, his breath warm against Brynhild's ear. Worshippers of the old gods who seek their return. They're heading for the Nexus, Brynhild realized, her dwarven eyes perceiving patterns in the seemingly random landscape. The point where all broken ley lines converge. For the first time in their journey, fear flickered across the elf prince's ageless features. If Maliketh uses the eye there, he could tear open the veil between worlds. The ancient ones would return. And that would be... bad? Brynhild asked, though she already knew the answer from the lore stones of her people. The ancient ones devoured stars, hammer firm. Our world would be little more than a morsel. The Nexus rose before them like the skeleton of a mountain, a spiraling lattice of stone and crystal that reached toward the perpetually twilight sky. Each step up its winding path felt like walking through different worlds. Here gravity shifted, their time flowed strangely, causing flowers to bloom and wither beneath their feet in seconds. At its peak stood a circular platform where jagged spires of crystal converged from all directions. Upon an altar of black stone lay the Eye of Azeroth, now pulsing with blinding intensity. Beside it stood a figure in robes of midnight blue, his face a mirror image of Queen Celendriel, yet twisted with centuries of bitterness. The wandering prince and the delving dwarf. Malekith's voice carried the hollow echo of vast, empty spaces. How appropriate that representatives of both failed kingdoms should witness the dawn of a new age. Neither Brynhild nor Thalion bothered with words. As if they had fought side by side for centuries, they attacked as one, the dwarf charging forward with her ancestral hammer while the elven prince loosed silver arrows that split the air with musical shrieks. Malekith's power was immense. With casual gestures, he diverted the arrows into portals that opened in the air, sending them back toward their source. A wave of his hand sent Brynhild sliding backward, her boots carving furrows in the stone platform. "The eye does not destroy," he laughed as they regrouped. "It reveals, it shows what is hidden, truths your kingdoms have buried." "We know about the ancient alliance," Thalion countered, notching another arrow. "If that's your grand revelation, we've already accepted it." "Not the alliance," Malekith snarled. "The betrayal." "Show them, Eye of Truth." The orb flared, projecting visions into the air, elven archers firing upon dwarven allies during the final battle against the Ancient Ones, dwarven engineers sealing elven refugees in caverns meant for sanctuary, leaving them to suffocate in darkness. "Lies," Brynhild growled, though uncertainty clouded her eyes. "The eye cannot lie," Malekith countered, "but it can be selective." "Shall we see the full truth?" Thalion, faster than sight, loosed an arrow not at Malekith, but at the eye itself. The crystal surface cracked, and suddenly the visions expanded, showing the context Malekith had hidden. The elves who fired upon dwarves were themselves possessed by shadowy tendrils. The dwarves who sealed the caverns were not betrayers, but sacrificing themselves, preventing an infection from spreading to the surface world. "No!" Malekith lunged for the eye, but Brynhild was faster. Her hammer struck the artifact squarely, not to destroy but to knock it from the altar into Thalion's waiting hands. The moment the elf and dwarf both touched the eye, everything changed. Power surged between them, the deep roots of dwarven resilience intertwining with the soaring branches of elven grace. In that moment of perfect understanding, they saw Malekith for what he truly was, not the Queen's brother at all, but an echo, a fragment of an ancient one that had hidden within elven form for millennia, waiting. "Together!" they shouted as one, channeling their unified power through the eye. Reality itself seemed to bend around the creature wearing Malekith's form, its disguise peeling away to reveal a writhing mass of shadows and stars. It screamed in voices that existed before the world was formed, then imploded into a single point of darkness that winked out of existence. Silence fell upon the nexus. The eye, drained of its power, crumbled to dust between their fingers. 1 year later, beneath the boughs of a newly planted garden where the shattered plains had once stood, an elven prince with unusually practical boots and a dwarven explorer with uncharacteristically elegant silver beads in her beard stood before a gathering of both their peoples. "The Twilight Accord is signed," announced Queen Celendriel, her voice carrying across the assembled crowd. "The alliance of stone and star is restored," echoed King Dernock Ironbeard. Between the monarchs stood the symbol of the new alliance, a sapling grown from elven soil, its roots planted in a vessel of dwarven mithril, and beside it, the guardians of Twilight who had made it possible, an unlikely friendship that had saved 2 kingdoms, and perhaps the world itself. "Not bad for a tree climber," Brynhild muttered from the corner of her mouth. "You did adequately yourself, Rock Tapper," Thalion replied, the faintest smile touching his lips. Above them, the first stars appeared in a sky that seemed somehow more vast and wonderful than before. Story 5. The first leaves fell in silence, golden and crimson teardrops drifting from branches that had stood defiantly against 1,000 winters. By the time the elves of Silvervale noticed the pattern, that the leaves were falling from the innermost trees first, those nearest to the sacred heart oak, the mysterious ailment had already taken root. The ancient sentinels of evergreen forest were dying, their bark turning ashen grey, their once vibrant heartwood calcifying into stone. In the highest spire of the crystal canopy, Lyra Leafeyes stood before the elven High Council, her slender form dwarfed by the magnificent arched windows that revealed the creeping decay spreading through their realm. The youngest druid ever accepted into the circle of guardians, and now its last surviving apprentice clutched a withered branch in hands that trembled with exhaustion. "The trees speak of pain below," she said, her melodic voice carrying across the chamber. "Something stirs beneath the roots, beyond our reach or understanding. I have tried every healing incantation in the ancient texts, poured my own life essence into the heart oak, but the corruption resists our magic." She raised her eyes, revealing irises of emerald green flecked with gold, the mark of those rare elves born with the ability to communicate with the forest itself. The source lies deep beneath the mountains, in the realm of stone and fire." Elder Silverian, his face a tapestry of wrinkles earned through 3 millennia of wisdom, rose from his throne of intertwined living branches. "You suggest we seek the aid of dwarves?" The word itself seemed to taste bitter on his tongue. "The mountain dwellers who carve wounds into the earth and burn the gifts of the forest for their forges? I suggest," Lyra replied with quiet determination, "that our proud isolation may cost us everything we hold sacred. The heart oak has stood since the first dawn. If it falls, our magic falls with it. Far beneath the dying forest, beneath layers of rock and crystal that had never known sunlight, Prince Grim Ironheart slammed his hammer down on the anvil in frustration. The blade, the 7th he had attempted to forge this month, had shattered upon the final striking, like all the others before it. Around him, the great forge of Stonehearth lay unnaturally quiet, its legendary fires burning low as master craftsmen examined failed weapons and armor with bewildered eyes. "The metal betrays us, my prince," said Master Forgekeeper Thrain, his beard braided with iron rings that marked his 60 years of service. "It's as if the very spirit of the mountains has abandoned our craft." Grim ran calloused fingers through his copper-red beard, studying the fractured metal. Unlike his father, King Thorin Oakshield, who preferred the grandeur of court politics, Grim had always found his purpose in the forge, in the perfect marriage of fire and metal. His ingenious waterworks and mechanical marvels had expanded their underground kingdom and brought prosperity to the 7 dwarf clans. "There's something in the ore itself," he muttered. "A contamination that our eyes cannot see, and our methods cannot purge." He held a shattered axe head to the light of the forge. "The flaw begins at the core and spreads outward. Like roots." When the stranger appeared at the eastern gates of Stonehearth 3 days later, the dwarven guards were understandably suspicious. Elves did not venture underground willingly, and certainly not alone. Yet there she stood, this slender creature of the upper world, her copper hair adorned with leaves and her eyes unnervingly bright in the torchlight. "I seek audience with your king," Lyra announced, forcing her voice to remain steady despite the crushing weight of stone above that threatened to suffocate her forest-born spirit. "I bring warning of a danger that threatens both our realms." The throne room of Stonehearth was a marvel of dwarven craftsmanship, a vast cathedral of stone supported by columns carved to resemble ancient trees, their branches spreading across the ceiling in intricate patterns inlaid with veins of gold and silver. King Thorin Oakshield sat imposingly upon a throne of granite and mithril, his crown forged from metals said to have been mined from the first mountain at the dawn of creation. Beside him stood Prince Grim, whose analytical gaze studied the elf with unconcealed curiosity rather than the expected hostility. When Lyra spoke of the dying trees and described the strange petrification that turned living wood to stone, it was Grim who stepped forward, interrupting her plea. "The trees turn to stone while our metals turn brittle as dead wood," he said, producing a shattered blade from his belt. Two symptoms of the same disease, affecting both the world above and the world below. The cooperation that followed was unprecedented and uneasy. Grim led Lyra through the ancient mining tunnels that stretched beneath the evergreen forest, tunnels that had been abandoned generations ago when they began to flood with a strange, viscous black water that corroded tools and burned flesh. Lyra, in turn, revealed the secret pathways known only to druids, where the deepest roots of the heart oak had once drawn power from underground springs, now turned foul. "Would our peoples remember the world in different ways?" Lyra observed, as they followed the meandering path of a dried underground river. "Your songs speak of the world forge from which all metals were born. Ours tell of the world tree, whose branches hold up the sky." Grim adjusted the mechanical lantern of his own invention, casting dancing shadows across the cavern walls. "Perhaps they are not so different. The roots of your world tree could be the veins of our sacred metals, two sides of the same coin." Their uneasy alliance was tested when they encountered the first of the shadow serpents, writhing, half-corporeal creatures that slithered from cracks in the tunnel walls, their touch leaving burns on flesh and corroding Grim's finely crafted armor. Lyra's nature magic proved unexpectedly effective against these creatures of corruption, while Grim's thunderous hammer strikes shattered their semi-physical forms. "You fight well, for an elf," the dwarf prince admitted grudgingly as they caught their breath after the skirmish. "And you move quietly, for a dwarf," she returned with the ghost of a smile. Their journey led them deeper, past ruins that belonged to neither elven nor dwarven civilization. Strange, curved architecture with symbols that resembled neither the flowing script of the elves nor the angular runes of the dwarves. It was in the heart of these ruins that they encountered Azurath, the last of the ancient dragons, his once majestic scales dulled with age and illness. The young races arrive at last," the dragon rumbled, smoke curling from nostrils large enough to engulf a dwarf whole. "Come to witness what your ancestors sought to forget." From Azurath, they learned the truth. Nidhogg was no mere serpent, but an entity as old as the world itself, the embodiment of decay and renewal, whose purpose was to consume the old so new life could flourish. For millennia, it had slumbered peacefully at the boundary between the upper and lower worlds, maintained in balance by the harmonious relationship between what the elves called the world tree and the dwarves named the world forge, two manifestations of the same primordial power. "But the balance has been broken," the dragon explained, his ancient voice echoing through the chamber. "Your peoples turned away from each other, forgetting that the cycle requires both decay and rebirth, depth and height, earth and sky. Now Nidhogg awakens, hungry beyond measure, consuming without restraint. To restore balance and put Nidhogg back into its restorative cycle rather than its destructive rampage required a sacrifice from both peoples and a creation that combined their greatest strengths. The forging of the Harmony Blade became a legend in itself. In the secret forge beneath the heart oak, where the deepest roots of the ancient tree met the purest veins of mithril in the mountain's heart, Grim constructed a furnace unlike any seen before. Lyra channeled the remaining life essence of the dying guardian druids, their spirits joining with the souls of the dwarven master smiths who had perished from the metallic corruption. For 7 days and nights they worked without rest, the elf maidens singing ancient songs of growth and renewal, while the dwarf prince hammered patterns that echoed the mathematical precision of the universe itself. The metal seemed to drink in Lyra's magic, while the wooden hilt carved from the heart oak absorbed the heat of Grimm's forge without burning. When Nidhogg finally emerged from the depths, a colossal serpent of shadow and corruption that blotted out the light of both forge and forest, it faced not divided peoples, but a unified force. Grimm wielded the Harmony Blade with a dwarf's strength and resolve, while Lyra directed her remaining magic through the weapon, their actions synchronized as if they had trained together for centuries. The battle reshaped the landscape itself. Mountains trembled and forests bent as Nidhogg fought against the combined power of dwarf and elf. In the final moment, when both heroes stood bloodied and exhausted before the wounded but still mighty serpent, victory came not through destruction, but understanding. "We do not banish you," Lyra called out, her hand joined with Grimm's on the hilt of the glowing blade. "Do we restore you?" The Harmony Blade pierced the heart of chaos itself, not to kill but to heal. Nidhogg's form shifted, the corruption burning away to reveal its true nature, a being of balance, neither good nor evil, merely necessary. It coiled once around the combatants, its touch now cool and rejuvenating, before retreating into a newly formed chasm that connected the underworld and the surface in perfect harmony. In the seasons that followed, new saplings sprouted from the remains of petrified trees, their wood stronger than any that had come before. The dwarven forges produced metals with a subtle sheen of green, imbued with life essence that made them nearly unbreakable. Between the realms, a new city began to grow, Harmonyhold, where the wisdom of elves and the craftsmanship of dwarves combined to create wonders not seen since the dawn of creation. And if visitors to this new realm noticed that the dwarf prince's beard now contained a single strand of copper that matched a certain elf maiden's hair, or that the young druid's eyes now held flecks of steel grey amidst their emerald depths, well, some transformations run deeper than mere politics. Some changes forge bonds that even the world serpent cannot break. Story 6. The twin moons of Elderthorn cast their silver-blue glow over the abandoned temple, its ancient spires reaching desperately toward the star-flecked heavens as if yearning to touch the realm of the gods once more. Nestled in the twilight lands between the elven forests of Silverhaven and the dwarven mountain kingdom of Karazmordin, the Temple of Convergence had stood empty for 1,000 years. A monument to a forgotten age when the two races had briefly known peace. Now, as the celestial alignment known as the Midnight Crown approached for the first time in 10 millennia, the temple stirred with forgotten magic. Thorn Sunweaver moved like a shadow among the crumbling columns, his elven grace making no sound upon the moss-covered stones. The moonlight caught the silver embroidery on his midnight blue robes, garments that once marked him as royalty of the high elven court before he had cast aside his birthright in pursuit of forbidden magics. His angular features bore the ethereal beauty of his kind, though weathered by years of exile, with eyes that shimmered like liquid amber in the darkness and held the weight of secrets no elf should know. "I know you're here, dwarf," Thorn called out, his voice melodic yet sharp as crystal. "I can smell the metal and fire on you. Show yourself." From behind a fallen pillar emerged a stout figure, shorter than the elf by half, but twice as broad. Dargrim Ironheart's rust-colored beard was elaborately braided with tiny gears and copper wire, a flagrant display of the techno-magical innovations that had seen him banished from the great forge halls. A mechanized gauntlet encased his right arm, whirring softly with arcane energy as he adjusted the brass goggles perched upon his broad forehead. "Fancy meeting you here, Prince," Dargrim growled, though there was a glint of weary recognition in his deep-set eyes. Still chasing shadows and old myths, I see. Not myths tonight, Thorn replied, gesturing upward where the twin moons were drawing ever closer to perfect alignment. The midnight crown approaches, and with it, the revelation of Aralthorn's heart. The two ancient rivals stood in uneasy silence, each knowing why the other had come. For 3 decades, they had competed for discoveries across the realm, once as rival scholars at the Academy of Mystical Arts, now as outcasts from their respective kingdoms. Their paths had crossed a dozen times, each encounter marked by barbed words and occasionally drawn weapons, yet neither had ever managed to gain the final advantage. The crystal belongs in dwarven hands, Dargrim stated flatly. Your kind would only use it for more illusions and ethereal nonsense. Thorn's lips curved into a thin smile. While your people would reduce it to fuel for your ticking contraptions. I think not. Their argument died as a tremor shook the temple. Above them, the moon's touched edges, their light intensifying to an almost painful brilliance. Beneath their feet, ancient runes etched into the stone floor began to glow with amber fire, illuminating a central chamber neither had noticed before, a perfect circular well descending into darkness. At the bottom, something gleamed. Without a word, both raced toward the well, centuries of racial enmity and personal rivalry momentarily forgotten in the face of discovery. The descent was treacherous, crumbling stairs spiraling down into the earth. Thorn leapt gracefully from one stable foothold to another, while Dargrim's mechanized gauntlet dug into the stone wall, creating handholds where none existed. They reached the bottom simultaneously, breathing hard, facing each other across a raised stone dais. Between them, floating in a column of light, pulsed the crystal of Aralthorn, no larger than a clenched fist, yet containing what seemed to be an entire universe of swirling stars and nebulae within its faceted depths. By the Eternal Forge, Dargrim whispered, his voice uncharacteristically reverent. The Celestial Archive spoke true, Thorn murmured, reaching toward the crystal. As both attempted to claim the artifact, an invisible barrier repelled them, sending them stumbling backward. The chamber rumbled, and ancient words in a language neither fully recognized appeared in fiery script around the dais. Dargrim, whose mechanical innovations had required study of the old tongues, frowned in concentration. It says, only through union of star-blessed and earth-forged can the heart reveal its purpose. Thorn's eyes narrowed. Star-blessed and earth-forged, elves and dwarves. Their eyes met across the crystal, mutual understanding dawning with reluctance. It seems we must work together, Master Ironheart, Thorn said with a grimace that suggested he'd bitten into something sour. However distasteful we find the arrangement, seems so, your former highness, Dargrim replied, his beard twitching with equal displeasure. Together, they approached the crystal again. Thorn extended his slender hand, fingers glowing with elven arcana, subtle, elegant magic that flowed like water and light. Dargrim activated his gauntlet, which hummed with dwarven techno-magic, practical, physical power channeled through precision-crafted metals and gems. As their disparate magics touched the crystal simultaneously, the barrier dissolved. The crystal rose higher, spinning faster, its light intensifying until it burst outward in a dazzling display of cosmic energy that engulfed them both. Visions flooded their minds. A star falling from the heavens, shattering into 3 fragments that seeded life across the world, elves from starlight, dwarves from stone, and a third race from shadow. They saw the ages of harmony before the sundering wars, witnessed the binding of elder gods who sought to reclaim the star fragments, felt the crystal's purpose awaken within them. When the light receded, both stood transformed. Thorn's eyes now held galaxies within them. Dargrim's mechanical arm had integrated with his flesh, veins of crystal running through metal and skin alike. "Did you see?" Dargrim began. "Everything," Thorn finished, looking at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. "The crystal isn't just a source of power, it's a key. A key to remake the world," Dargrim added gravely. Or unmake it." Before they could process the revelation, the temple shuddered violently. Cracks appeared in the ceiling, and a terrible pressure descended upon them, ancient, immense, divine. A voice like the grinding of mountains spoke directly into their minds. "The seal weakens. The fragment is found. We return." "The elder gods," Thorn gasped, clutching his head. They sense the crystal's awakening." Dargrim steadied himself against a column. The legends spoke of this, the old ones who ruled before the star fell. They want the fragments returned. "To erase the world we know," Thorn added. To reclaim what they believe was stolen from them." The crystal pulsed urgently, and more visions came. Armies of elves and dwarves marching toward the temple, drawn by the crystal's power, each seeking to claim it for their kind. Behind them loomed shadowy figures of impossible proportions, using the ancient hatred between the races to mask their approach. "We need to leave," Dargrim urged. "Now." "And go where?" Thorn challenged. "The crystal has bonded with us both. Where in all the realms could we hide from gods?" The dwarf's eyes lit with sudden inspiration. "Not where, to whom?" "The Convergence Council." Thorn's expression darkened. "The secret cabal of elven and dwarven sages. They're a myth, a children's tale. No more mythical than this crystal," Dargrim countered, holding up his transformed arm. "I've found references in forbidden texts. They've supposedly worked in secret since the Sundering to prepare for this very moment." Another tremor rocked the temple, more violent than before. Stones began falling around them. "Even if they exist," Thorn argued, "how would we find them?" Dargrim reached out, touching the crystal again. "We don't, they find us." As the dwarf's fingers connected with the crystal, Thorn reluctantly joined him. The crystal flared, enveloping them in protective light as the temple collapsed around them. For a moment that stretched into eternity, they existed between worlds, seeing through the crystal's perception the march of armies, the awakening of ancient entities, the delicate threads of fate binding all to a coming confrontation. When reality solidified around them again, they stood in a chamber unlike any they had seen, half grown from living trees, half carved from living stone. Before them sat a semicircle of hooded figures, alternating between tall and short, elves and dwarves, working together in secret for thousands of years. "The bearers of the heart have come," spoke one of the figures, lowering her hood to reveal the ageless face of an elven woman. "And as the prophecy foretold, the midnight crown approaches its zenith," added a gruff dwarven voice. "And with it, the choice." Thorn and Dargrim exchanged glances, the weight of their shared vision heavy between them. "What choice?" Thorn asked, though part of him already knew. "To return the crystal to the heavens, restoring what was taken and allowing the elder gods to reclaim their dominion," the elven woman explained. "Or use its power to forge a new future, binding the gods permanently but forever, altering the nature of our world and our peoples. Neither option without great cost," the dwarf counselor added grimly. Dargrim looked down at his crystalline arm, then at Thorn's star-filled eyes. "And we were enemies this morning, and now the fate of all rests with us both," Thorn replied softly. Outside, beyond the hidden sanctuary, they could feel armies converging, gods awakening, the world holding its breath at the precipice of transformation. The crystal pulsed between them, awaiting the choice that only an elf and a dwarf together could make, ancient enemies united by destiny, standing at the threshold of a new age for the realms of Elderthorn. The midnight crown reached its zenith, and the time for decision had come.